Good morning, or good evening, or anything in between, I guess. So, I'm just gonna pick it up where I left it yesterday, and to be more specific, it had to do with the focus, like displaying information about the object that is being focused. And I'm gonna explain why it might not be as straightforward as it might seem. Good morning, by the way, Cooler SK. So this functionality here, that I can hover above an object that is focusable and the character focuses it, and that a information panel is shown, up to the point that the information panel is shown, like this, will exist in the game. So the player should be able to focus objects and an information box should be shown, right? Or the player should be able to focus things, but an information panel should not be shown, because the functionality in game is going to be a little bit different. But I would like to have this information panel during development because, I don't know, it's nice. Double check my attributes and stuff like that. Yeah, both the apple and the pear is escaping. The pear seems to have stopped, but so display information is the method that handles displaying this information panel. And this one is subscribed to a state change event in action focus. But, so there's an issue that, like, when the state changes here, this one gets notified. So when the state changes to the character focusing something, the affected game object is not equal to null, and we can show the information panel. When this one gets notified that the state has changed to, like, the focus, action focus is no longer focusing anything, then this one gets notified, but affected game object is equal to null, so we can't hide the information displayer. And of course I could change how some code is executed and when this is notified in action and action interaction, but I don't want to do that. So when we get to try start processing in the base class here, we check if it's ready. If it's ready, start processing. And when the subclasses have executed their start processing code, then we change the action state to processing. When we try to stop a processing of an action, we check if it's currently processing. If it's not, we return. Then we call the subclasses stop processing and we let their code execute. And then we change the state to available again. And this is how I want to do it. So nothing should be notified until this one has done everything related to processing. So I'm not going to change anything here to just allow for my information panel, which is probably just a debugger panel, to be able to correctly show that one. So what one could do instead is, like, display information. This one is nice. I guess there's multiple approaches to this, but one way to do it is to just in each frame, pull whatever action focus is focusing and display information for that one. But that's also a bit ugly. Or, you know, the most easy way is just keep a reference to the information display currently shown. Yeah, that's definitely one approach. Could go with that one. I also had one quick idea that I might like. The action implementation is so generic that I could probably implement a action interaction display information and just bake it into the system. Could probably work. But I haven't really thought about exactly how I want to implement this, so I'm gonna hold on with that and do the most easy approach, I suppose. So it's basically gonna be ooh. Oh yeah. This one is left over from a time back. So information displayer, we're gonna do it like this, remove that one. And when we start this one, Vibes makes games, good morning. Beautiful username. What was it previously, if I might ask? I might remember. Good Vibes Develops. Okay. I like the new name. And good morning, Soul River. Okay, so first of all, if I can't do null conditionals, if information displayer is not equal to null, why can I do this? Yeah. Oh yeah, this is the old function, so I don't want to do it here, and we want to simplify this one, so it's just this. Okay, here we go. So I want to do if information displayer is not equal to null, information displayer dot hide. So every time focus action changes state, this one gets called. If we have one of these, we hide it, because a state change in action focus will not be triggered for the same object. So we hide it. If affected game object is null, we just return. Then we try to get the information displayer of the affected game object. If that one is null, we return. Otherwise, we show it. Or do I want to check? Do I want to double check this? Yeah, probably. So like this. I don't think this is necessary anymore because we're always gonna hide it here. Okay, let's see if this changes stuff. And I feel good about, like, we're altering in playable entity instead of in the actions. The actual actions. That wouldn't be good. Nice. So action, interaction, focus. We don't have any pickup as of yet, but that's okay. Okay, so focus now works, and I also want to do display information. Input interactor map. We are gonna call this input action map. I'm a little, so like, I do want to call these actions because that describes them the best, but I'm also a little bit annoyed that you have Unity input actions and then you have C# actions, but yeah. Okay, display interactor options. I want to make this work with the new system as well. I've been working on a model and it looks good. Oh, nice. Feel free to post it if you want, but with an Imgur link or something equivalent. But just if you want. And I'm currently laying the foundation, basically. I'm building the most basic systems for my game. Right now it's the interaction system. And I've explained it a lot of times, but I would be glad to explain it once again. So it's an interaction system that is going to support all kinds of actions. It's actually an action system now. Like swim, jump, run, consume, pick up, etc., etc. So, and it's currently being developed as a state machine, basically. So you define what actions an entity can do by just adding different action components to it, like action, interaction, focus, and action, interaction, pickup. And then these will listen to other actions on this entity to know if it can perform an action, etc., etc. Yeah, that works. Okay, and display interactor options. Gonna rename this one. Let's see here. Dude, are you okay with me showing this on stream, by the way? So we're talking about this model, right? That's very nice. I'm a big fan of visuals like these. I don't know what one should call them, but like... what is this style called? I don't know. Like some Nintendo games do it extremely well, like Yoshi, I think. Oh yeah, we have Unravel as well. But what is it called? Yoshi's Switch. What is it called? Yoshi's Crafted World. Like this one does that right. I thought he was Yarn. Or is it something with Yoshi Yarn? Yoshi's Woolly World. Yeah, I love this style. Like it's realism in one way. Like you want the object to look like something real, but not like the real thing it's trying to be, but rather made of real material. It's very nice. Very nice. Oh yeah, Unravel. Yeah, this was... I've heard a lot about this. Never played it myself though. I remember this game being... Like, when I saw the trailer, it was extremely pretty. And also this... Like, okay... He's made of yarn, but like the... environment makes me think of Pikmin. I love Pikmin. Currently playing Pikmin 4, but extremely slowly. But I digress. Good morning, Harukanen. Okay, so display interactor options. This is for displaying what the player can actually do with an object. So we're gonna change button map, input interactor map, input to action map. Is that a better name? I don't want to call it input action map. So this one maps an input to an action. Input to action map. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah. And we're gonna change this one to... First of all, bound action. Oh yeah. Or do I? Yeah, fuck it. Let's do. Bound action interact, but rather try start processing. So when it's invoked, whatever bound action we have, start processing. What's up? I'm gonna have a hard time pronouncing that name over on YouTube, but how many years did it take you to learn how to code? Hard question. I've been coding off and on for 12 years maybe, or 14 years maybe. But I've only been coding games for like 6 years, I think. The older I get, the more toddler I get. I can relate. 1 year to learn how to code, a lifetime learn how to code well. Yes! Oh, wow, that's a good... That is true, that is true. You can actually start coding and like start creating stuff real quick. Have you worked on any big games? No. Have I worked on any released games? Yes. Unbind interactor, want to rename this one. Do I need to send in? Yeah, I do. Action. Action. Oh yeah, bind interactor. We want to rename this one as well. I'm not gonna rename it with F2 because I want some errors to prompt. Bind action. 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 If action is not equal to null, what do we have? Get interactor dependency entity. This one I can fix. The more you learn, the more you realize that you don't know jack. Indeed, indeed. Vibes makes game. I remember that you were working with a model with red lines when I first came here. Red lines. So when you say red lines, we're not talking about the seam marker in Blender, because a model with red lines. Trying to remember. Interactable entity, interactor get interactor dependency entity. So it's rather, now it's action affected game object. Do we need this one to be in entity? Oh, this is fucking beautiful. We don't want this to be or in this class we don't want this to be entity. Interactable entity, just call it affected game object. Oops. Do I want this one? No. Button map item show. Yeah, I want to check if this one is not equal to null, just show for that one. If it is, we do action.gameObject. Set button information, interactor interaction type get description. And here we go, action type get description. Okay. Playable entity. I'm gonna have some errors here. Yes. Oh yeah. You're talking about. Let's see. Are you talking about this one? So this was pretty much just when I was reworking the outline shader. I was debugging it and I just thought this looked cool. It does. And I'm always bothered that I couldn't get this one to repeat correctly. But you win some, you lose some. Oh yeah, so that was November. Okay, so the last thing I want to do now is I want to show this one for like we want to bind this one. So we want to do, let's see here. Or do we do it animate entity? It's pretty much going to be this. So here we do the action focus, and then we want to do I followed in October 2023 when I was working on my first game ever. Oh, nice. Thank you. And how did the game turn out? Or are you still working on it? Or did you abandon it? So here I want to do for each action in base dot, what did I name it? Animate entity interactors. Ooh, okay. We don't do this with actions as of now. So okay, this might actually be a good time to change this one as well. We've already changed playable entity enough, so might as well change animate entity as well. So previously we worked with interactions. Now we work with action. I'm still working on it, felt it because I saw a lot of Unity games, so I started in October. Okay, so you went from Unreal Engine 4 to Unity and now back to Unreal Engine. So I suppose you like Unreal Engine the best. Okay, so I basically just want to do exactly this, but with actions instead. So let's just do interactors on game object. We'll rename this one actions on game object. Yes, Unreal number 1. I've never, I think the total amount of hours I've spent in Unreal Engine are around 5. Would really like to try it out some more, but I don't seem to have the time. Can perform interaction. Yeah. we want to name this one action type. Okay, I just want to go through this code again. That's why I'm doing it this way. Okay, so if we don't already have it in the dictionary, we add it. And we want to go with type here. I want to go with type here and action and actions. I can't stand Unreal Editor, so the editor. Any specific things you don't like with the editor, or like, as I said, I only have 5 hours in it, so I can't really, I don't know anything about it, but would like to know. But yeah, everything I've read about the actual engine seems to be fucking amazing. For each, I want to go with action here again. In actions on game object, that's good. For each interactive dependency types. Okay, so here we loop through the dependency types. So action dependency type in action, and what is this one called? Dependencies, I think. If I remember previously, this one we had a helper function here. We don't want to go with that right now. So let's see here, dependency. We might want to do it for each action dependency. Action dependency in action dependencies can perform action dependency dot type get type action dependency action type. Do I want to rename this one? Think so. Or I want to go. I want to keep it explicit for now. Action type. Let's see. The fact that you can boot it up and you go to get coffee and it's crashed when you get back. Yeah, that doesn't sound very good. It has that been in development for too long feel to it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I get it. Actually, now when you mentioned it crashing, that's one thing I remember from my 5 hours with Unreal Engine. It crashed quite a lot, actually. Okay, action, what is it called? Dot add dependency reference, action, interactor dependency type. Action dependency action type. I think it should be like this. Actions. Oops. So we basically just fill out all the dependencies. We do it here. Like, This means that actions, for them to actually get their dependency reference set up, they rely on a outer class to do it for them. And although that hurts a little bit, I don't know what the alternative would be. That would basically be that in awake, in action here, we get all action components on the game object and we do that check in here. But that means that for each action we add to an entity, that is going to multiply. Like right now, these for loops are only done once per entity, but if we add it to actions, we let actions set it up themselves, you're gonna get a lot of, then that will be done x times the number of, or times the number of actions you have on an entity. So entity times the number of actions per entity. Yeah. The bottom line being that it might be a little bit too slow. What's up, Cypher? How are you doing today? Okay, we don't want, fuck it, let's just remove this one. We're moving on away from that one now. Action, get interactor, get action, action type. Can perform action. Oh fuck. Type. Return actions. Not bad, nice to hear, nice to hear. Same here, same here. Can't complain. Add listener to interactor. I think might be a good method to have, but we're probably gonna do this, I think. Bind, yeah. Okay, so now animate entity is fixed. Good luck with the rebooting, Soul Reaver. Fingers crossed. Okay, so this one is a little bit cleaner. We're gonna wait with the other functions. So previously I thought about this as like every interaction must be triggered from the entity itself, but that might not be the case. Upgraded my work laptop to Windows 11. Nice. So what do you think about Windows 11 so far? I guess you haven't tried it out really for that long. I heard a lot of negative things about Windows 11 when it first released, but I guess as it usually is. Okay, yeah. I don't think my computer is not eligible for upgrading. Interactable entity. Okay, display interaction options. Display interactor options. Is that such a bad name? Oh yeah. Set up action. Let's call it update input to action maps. maybe. Action, action. Yeah, okay, this sucks. Ooh, we have system here. Do I need that one? In place was the most seamless upgrade I've ever done. Oh, nice. Interactable entity. What do we do with this one? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so basically what I want to do here is just... We're going to go with game object instead. Affected game object. Action. Dot affected game object. Action. Type, get priority. Action is in state. Do I want to do this? Yeah, probably. Bind action. Action, unbind action. Yeah, I think this is the way to go. Okay, so what's left to do now is this method, I want to add it as a listener to every action state change event. And then I also want, so here's the thing, let's see. Ooh, yeah, might want to rename this one as well. That's weird. Okay, so in the can't rename it here in open editors, but can rename it here. Okay. Input to action map. So I'm gonna have to mention this because this is a thing that bothers me a tiny bit, maybe. Or that might not be the correct term, but when we show the button map here, when we show it here, so we basically say show button map item on this game object, or if game object is null, on this one. This adds it basically to the origo, or the origin of the object in question. I would like for this object, like I want to give it a better world position. And then it's a question of, do I want entity to do that, or do I want something else to do it? And if I want entity to do it, should I go with affected entity here? I don't know. should probably start with show owner, and here we have transform position equals to owner transform position. I just want to add a, let's go with just a little bit of an offset. Oh yeah, so now the final thing, add the listener, and then we should be able to test this. So it's basically going to be for each action base action in base dot actions dot values action dot state change event add listener update input to action maps. Done. Yeah, I want to rename this one as well. Oops. Action references. Nah, that doesn't sound too good. Fuck me. Let's do it. Oops. And let's just call this one action references. Number of action input actions. Yeah. This one is just action references. Okay. Okay, are we done now? Let's see. Yeah. Let's try it. Although there's still one thing. Character 01. What do we have? We have action, interaction, focus. Let's go to normal mode here. None as entity. Okay, so this is action, interaction, pickup. Here we have entity provider here. This one pretty much define, like, this action interaction depends on another action interaction or action to fetch what entity we're actually going to do things on, so to speak. And it's a recurring question of how I want to solve this. I could keep it like I do, like define the references like this, but I don't know. Maybe it wasn't too bad having a dependency. Maybe it wasn't too bad having something like, let's see here. Dependency type, dependency state. Pretty much have a bool provider, something like this, and then in action we set up the provider properly. But yeah, I don't know. So in a wake or entity provider here. So instead of defining this one like this, we just hide it, and in dependency we will mark one as the provider, and that will be it. But I don't know, maybe. So let's see here, action interaction. Action has both wake and start. What do we do in a wake here? We set it to available, try ready state. Ooh. Yeah, we might want to wait with this one until here. when the setup, when we're sure that the setup is complete. Oh, but actually, this is okay. Animate entity. Yeah, this one is in awake. So I'm thinking of doing something like this. So in action interaction, where we have entity provider, we do protected override void awake. And basically entity provider. Yeah, we're gonna set this one to private interactable entity. Yeah. We're gonna do entity provider is equal to dependencies dot find first or default. Where dependency d dot provider. Actually, I'm gonna keep that one like this and do is fulfilled public bool is provider, or just I think so. This doing let's keep it like this for now. Is provider. Oh yeah, entity provider action interaction dependencies first is yeah, we're gonna want to get the reference here. Action reference, I think. But then again, this is an action interaction. Okay, so this wasn't as straightforward as I thought it would be. Okay, how do I actually want to go about this? If I want to continue on this approach, we're gonna have to do a cast. I would really like this one to solve it itself, so to speak. like I define the type, and or rather I would like to not have to define a additional entity provider here. Just dependencies would be very nice. So it's gonna look something like this, and I'm not too sure. Okay, action interaction entity provider. I do want this one to be an action interaction, I think. Because we want access to this one. Interacted entity. This might be a better name here. So, of course I could do something like this. Action provider action is equal to dependencies dot first or default, and then we check if provider action is action interaction, entity provider is equal to provider action. Oh, as action interaction. I don't know. And we also want to check provider action is not equal to null, and maybe. But with this we also have the problem of we're currently doing this in awake. Can we be sure that action references has been set? I'm not too sure about that. So if we take a look at animate entity, we set the dependency references in awake here, so that might not be the case. Could do it in start instead, but then we have to keep track of try set ready state. We want to do the instantiation first, so action interaction, might want to change this to start, and then we do start base.start. And now this might lead to this one being correctly instantiated. Is this? Yeah. Action interaction pickup entity provider. Yeah, probably want to make it protected, right? Let's see here. Interactable start processing, interactable pickup. Wait. Yeah, entity provider, interactable entity. Still a little bit uncertain about this, but The less setups here, the better, I would say. Dependencies. Yeah. So focus doesn't depend on anything right now. Pickup will depend on focus. Dependency type, in state, dependency state, processing. And this one is the provider. So action, interaction, pickup depends on focus, and it for this one to be ready, focus needs to be in state processing, and this focus is also the provider of the interactable. Yes, and now I think I'm gonna make it even worse by, so if we go to action interaction, interactable entity here needs to be set somewhere. And if we take a look at interaction focus, do we set it somewhere? Yeah, we do it in focus. I don't know about this. Tiny bit ugly with this. Check here. So interactable entity, this is probably something I would like to be able to set. So if we go to an action, we do try start processing, and when we do start processing here, I probably want to override this one in action interaction and set the interactable, but the worst thing with that is that we're gonna have, when we do start processing down here, or actually let's see, yeah, when we do start processing here, we're gonna have to do base.start processing here, and in action interaction we're gonna do the base call after. So it's just, here we do it before, and there we do it after. I don't know. Yeah, once again, like that's something that is going to happen for every action interaction. And once again, do I want these to return bool? I think so. But okay, so it would look something like this. Let's see. Protected, override, start processing. And right now we assume that entity provider has something. So it would be this won't work. I don't. Or actually it might. So start processing. Oh yeah. We don't call this one. Okay, that's beautiful. So start processing. Here we do interactable entity is equal to entity provider dot interactable entity. Protected override void stop processing. So in action focus, for instance, I want to rework this one as well, so it relies on these rather than these functions. But then it's a question of, can I make it work with playable entity? Anyway, let's see. So action interaction pickup, for instance, will be stop processing, start processing. So we do base start processing. That means that interactable entity gets set. So here we can just do this. And stop processing, we're gonna do base. So when we start processing, base gets called, which just set interactable entity of this one to entity provider interactable entity. But then again, if entity provider is not equal to null, okay. No errors, but I'm very skeptical that this is going to work. But let's see here. No dependencies on focus. We have a dependency on pickup here. Focus in state. Okay, so let's just see what kind of states we get here. State available, state available. Interaction body part types, I might actually want to add one here. So right hand right. Okay. I think that's all the setup that is needed. Okay. Cannot find type. Oh yeah, of course. An action interaction 18. Dependencies first or default. Yeah, so what if dependencies is null? Null. Yeah, that's not good. But I wonder if this one is null or is... I want to double check first or default. Default value if source is empty. Okay. Argument null. So, okay, so it's probably source that is null here. Okay, but two errors I need to fix, so let's go to this one first of all and rename these ones. Okay, so that's the first issue. Checks Party, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. The second one, okay, let's check. If dependencies is not equal to null, I suppose. And then just move all of this here. A little bit... find it a little bit weird that it might be null since the definition... How goes the Unity shenanigans? It goes. It goes. Okay, so I'm a little bit like we do serialize field here. It should be instantiated. It should never be null since we do serialize field. But yeah, who knows? Let's see if we get the same error this time around. We actually do. Object reference not. Ooh, I might have. I might also be a little bit tired. Let's see. Okay, so it is not this one. It's... yeah, it's this one. Okay, yes. So let me put it this way instead. Dependencies first or default is provider. And I can't do this. Or can I? Let's see. dependency. So this one returns an action dependency. An action dependency is actually not a mono behavior, so I might be able to do null conditional here. So we just do action reference. Yeah. You're doing all the hip stuff. Input system, yeah, that's good. The new input system. Entities is rather a, that's not the Unity entities. It's my custom class. So yeah, entity, maybe not the correct word. It's gonna, or correct name. It's going to lead to some name collisions, but whatever. And serialized properties, yeah, of course. I've been using Unity for 6 years, I think. About 6 years. Yeah, I haven't done anything with ECS yet. Or dots. Ah, nice. Yeah, I really want to do something with ECS in the future. But we'll see. We'll see. What's up, Dashing Duo Gaming? How are you doing today? And Green Mage, what's up, bro? How's the fruit? It's good. It's good. Okay, so this one should be okay now. We're doing null conditionals, but it's not a mono behavior type, so it should be okay. Okay, no errors, but okay, and the focus works. Let's take a look here. I want to check the states of these again. So, interactive focus available. No. Action interaction focus ready. Action interaction pickup available. That's good. So what I would like to happen once again is for this one to change its state to ready. When this one gets into processing, okay? So this one changed to processing, this one doesn't change, so the action interaction pickup doesn't change though. It's, let's see here, entity provider is none, that's not good. Or actually, entity provider is character 1, action interaction focus, that's good. So now to the question why. Ooh, I might know why. Your camera controller is smooth as butter. Yes, thank you. There's a lot of smooth step functions at work there. Okay, so action. I want to see if it correctly sets the signaling so that when the state of focus changes, does it correctly signal to pickup? Geralt of Rivia, thank you so much for the follow. Your game already feels better because of it, so good job. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. So, add dependency reference, set reference, action dependency, action reference, state change event, add listener, try set ready state. Okay, so it gets correctly set. Action state is equal to available. We saw that the pickup interaction was in state available. Are dependencies fulfilled? Dependencies, all D is fulfilled. I think it shouldn't be any problems there. If action reference is not set, we return true. Otherwise, in state is in state, dependency state. Should work. Is ready to process. Okay, so this one, let's see. Is ready to process. We don't override it here. Do we override it here? Is ready to process. Entity is equal to entity provider interactable entity. If entity is equal to null, return false. Otherwise supports action type. Pickup. Yeah, it should be okay. Okay, so I'm pretty sure that it's somewhere here. Something happens. Green Mage, where's your Ko-Fi? I don't know what you mean by that. Thank you, Geralt. Do you ever use C# events or 100% Unity events? Actually, right now it's a mismatch, but I actually have a task to convert, or first of all, research the difference between C# events and Unity events, and probably convert all my Unity events to C# events. Ko-fi is an alternative to Patreon donation sites. Oh, nice. Green Mage, appreciate it. I don't have Ko-fi yet, but maybe I should fix it. But I do stream on Twitch as well. Yeah, maybe I should get around setting those things up. Oh yeah, I know. Ko-fi. Do you work in tech? Sort of. So like I do this half-time, develop this game, and the other half I work in tech, yes. So Green Mage, I appreciate it. So right now the only way to do that is over on Twitch, where I stream. Otherwise, come back another day and I have hopefully set it up. Okay, so is ready to process. Entity. So it's probably this one right here. So let's do the very nice debugging approach of logging something. Is entity null? Entity. We want to do easy check. Do you have any burning Unity questions? I don't know what you mean by that. I guess I have a lot of questions about Unity, but no question like I'm feeling that I really have to ask. Is entity null? No, it's not. So we actually have a prefab there. So why? Okay, this is good. So this means that we don't return false here, but we might return false here. Probably not. Consumables. Interactable focus. It should be okay. Okay. Supports action type. Or wait. Entity. Interactables. Yes. Or? Yeah, let's fix this one as well. Let's remove that one. Are we using this one? Interactables. Yeah, so we're using it, but we don't instantiate it. So that might be where the problem lies. Do you know any other programming languages? I just know C#. Yeah, I started off by learning... Oh, damn, Anonymous, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Appreciate it. Damn, thank you. Thank you so much. It's really, really appreciated. Okay, let me just collect myself a tiny bit. Fabic, thank you so much for the follow. Once again, Anonymous, thank you so much for the gifted subs. It's really, really appreciated. So Chex Party, do you know any other programming languages? Yes, so I started learning... My programming journey started with JavaScript. Way back when. I don't know anything about it today. And then I began with Java and moved on to C++. And finally I arrived with at C# today, like for the last 6 years. But like, of all of those, I think C# is my favorite actually. Yeah, I actually developed my first game called Miniman. I actually developed it in Swift using Apple's game engine. Wouldn't really call it a game engine, but you know. And then, so like during that process, I figured out that I actually need to start using a real game engine for my future projects. So I started to research, and I just let the game engine decide which language I would be using. And since I chose Unity, that ended up being C#. But yeah, I have no complaints about C#. I love it. Okay, interactable. I want to rename this one to... Oh yeah. Just interactable. And yeah, of course. Okay, so interactables still use the old interaction type, I think. So might want to change that as well. So for those who missed last week's stream, what I'm doing right now is that I had an interaction system in place. I'm just extending it now into an action system. That's why I have one interaction type, which is the old one, and now I go with solely action type. Love C# since day one. Indeed, indeed. Okay, so I want to jump to interactable. And here we have interaction state. Yeah, I want to rename this one to action state. Why? Using game. So action state. Interaction type. You even using link or link you, more hip than I am. I love link. I had a like a short period where I learned a functional programming language called Haskell, and I really began appreciating like that way of iterating lists or working with lists of objects and stuff like that. Map and select and whatnot. Okay, so since this is called, so this is still called interactable, and I want it to be that way. But this one is type, and I think we're just going to rename this one type, but like this. This is something that might not be needed for now. Type, action type. Oh yeah. I'm just gonna remove this one for now. Okay, so this is pickup, that's good. Interactable focus, we don't really do much here. Action type. Shakespeare, love how small your classes are. Yes, that's something I'm maybe a bit too pedantic about, but like as soon as one class gets over 300, maybe even 200 lines, I'm starting to, it gives me anxiety, you know, like I want to keep them small with not too much of a purpose, like, or I want them to be single purpose, best case scenario. But yeah, interactable focus, or every interactable pretty much, is not fully implemented as of yet. We're gonna add a lot of so my interaction system is basically this. On one side you have an interactor or an action, and on the other side you have an interactable or nothing. So an action interaction must always have an interactable on the other side. Green Mage, if you have a dream, you are cool by me. Yeah, I agree with that. If you have a dream game, you're cool by me. Yeah, even better, even better. Okay, so let's see, interactable drop. Want to fix this one as well. Action type. Oops. Your interactor casts out a ray, I assume. No, my input handler actually does that. So, because this interaction system is also going to be utilized in the playable entity and animate entity that are not controlled by the player. So right now it's like my input handler gets the mouse pointer position, casts a ray out. If it hits a game object, it notifies the playable entity's action, interaction, focus, and that one notifies the other action interactions. It's a pretty intricate system, but it needs to be. And then we have interactable consume. Where do we have you? Here we have it, interactable consume. Yeah, and this one is old news for now. Okay. You must have a pretty modular design. Yes, I try to at least. Okay, so this is the old system interactor. Yeah. Gonna have to fix the issues from on that one, but that's okay. So I wonder if it might actually be time to delete my old system. I don't think I need it anymore, actually. So down here we have the old system, interaction, interactables and interactors. Up here we have the new one with actions, action interactions. So actually I want to take interactables. That's the only part I want to save from the old system. Interactor dependency, interactor, interaction state. Yeah, can probably delete this one now. You mentioned a previous game you made. Have you finished any other Unity projects, game jams? Yes. Let's see here. I actually released 2 Unity games, but they are discontinued right now. So they were available on the App Store and Google Play Store previously, but they are removed right now. And then I have a itch page, itch.io, where I have a couple of game jam projects. Nothing fancy. Mobile only games, yes. So mobile games is pretty much where I started my game development adventure, but this one is for PC. Good morning, Love. How are you doing today? I'm having a great day. Okay, let's see. So interactable, consume, drop, focus, pick up. Why? Namespace name, interactor. Yeah, let's check this one. Interactable. Ooh, can't I? Okay, there we go. And let's put this one over here. What am I looking after? Oh, yeah. Actions here. Interactable. So we have issue with all of these. Yes. So let's see here. Handle interaction. Although... yeah. Action, interaction. Interactor, this is still a good name, right? This man just deletes an entire folder of scripts without flinching. Hey, it's a multi-day project. I've slowly but surely converted it. I'm still only 95% sure I could delete it. But yeah, let's see. Action, interaction, interactor. Might keep this name here. Using any source control, fuck yeah I am. But as you can see, a lot of my classes haven't been committed yet because I took a bad decision that when I started implementing this interaction system, I made the decision that I wanted to wait with committing the files until I had a base up and running. And it took a little bit longer than I expected, so multiple of these are not pushed to the repository just yet. They probably will be today though, because now it's actually shaping up. Now we have a base. Okay, so this is pretty much what I want to do with... let's copy this one. Interactive pickup, we want to do this. I want to do override as well. But yeah, I couldn't imagine developing anything without proper source control. One would have to be insane to do it. Or just not know about source control, I suppose. Insane or ignorant. Okay. Interactable, in-game object, get components, interactable. Nice. Interactables contains... yes. Contains key. Type. Interactables add type. There we go. Someone who lives life on the edge. Yeah, okay. I could see that. Adrenaline junkie who works in tech. Okay, let's see if we can properly... let's see if action, interaction, pickup if the state of that one gets properly set. You get a better view from the edge. Oh yeah, I guess. Ooh. This is not what I would like to see. Oh yeah. Hold on one sec. This I find a little bit weird, so and we have this issue as well, so when add an added attribute handler for some reason. But let's take a look here. So in entity we add a lot of components here. But I don't see why is this resulting in warnings? Why is this resulting in warnings? Because I'm doing so. Okay, game object get component. If we don't get this one, add it. And interactable drop is just. Is this some issue? Were I in play when I did the changes? Let's just try that real quick. Yeah, I want to check one additional things. Playable entity. Do we add any components here? Nah. Okay, let's see if I play this one now. This is weird. It's probably okay. Good. Are you using a custom shader or like a third-party asset? It's a custom shader. So the outlines are from a post-processing effect, or basically a post-processing renderer feature. And then I have a custom-made cell shader as well. I have videos on my YouTube about how I implemented both of them, and they are also available on my GitHub. Although the ones available on the GitHub are not, like, I've updated them since in my personal project, so they are not exactly the same as the ones I'm using, but very similar. I still have to learn shaders. I do recommend learning shaders. I love shaders. So when you develop a game by yourself, you pretty much have to do a lot of different tasks. But if I would join the game industry at some point, like join a company, I would probably choose to be a, what are they called, tech artists, shader programmer, because shader programming is probably what I find the most enjoyable. Just the way you have to think. A shader magician, yeah, that's probably the correct term. So I had a short stint where I was into machine learning. So this was way back 2016, I think. Worked with neural networks and stuff like that. And that's when I got interested in GPU programming, like doing not to render stuff to the screen, but rather to do calculations in parallel. And that is still to this day the programs I respect the most. The ones that implement algorithms that runs on a GPU. But the way you have to think is just, it's so much different. VFX industry too, yo. Oh, that's true. That's true. So you can probably work in a lot of different industries being a shader magician. That's true. And yeah, most of the game industry these days is like, yeah, fuck it. Okay, let's see if this works now. So we have, whoa. Okay, we don't have anything here. Or do we? What? Character, there we go. Interactable focus pickup drop, that's good. Information display, that's good as well. Ooh, this is weird. We still don't get a change. So action interaction pickup here, state ready. We still don't get the correct state change here. Thank you, Chex Party. I have a video, a very old video, where I explain how I like to set up my scenes. Like I like to work with pretty scenes, even if it's bare bones. And then I added all of these spheres to the scene when I was reworking the outlines and cell shader to support fog and stuff like that, and I just like how they look, so I've just kept them in. Like this, the visuals of this very big sphere being affected by fog behind the mountain in the horizon. Love it. Soul River Skybox needs a day-night cycle. Fuck yeah, it does. It does. I actually have a task, and I've started to research how to do a proper, pretty, custom-made skybox. With this is one thing I really want to do, and I'm gonna try to do it soon. I want to do volumetric clouds. But stylized. So stylized volumetric clouds. And there exists so many good resources on volumetric clouds. So I don't think that will be the hard part. But like utilizing that base to stylize them the way I want, that's gonna be the real task. Day-night cycle, weather systems, fuck yeah, man, we're gonna have it all. Ghibli-esque, yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna aim for. Chex Party, thank you, appreciate it. Let's see here, None over on YouTube, can you explain the code architecture? Can you be more specific? So you want me to explain the code architecture of the interaction system? Adaptive weather systems, I don't really know exactly what that entails, but it does sound cool, so yes. Okay, but this is weird, so we don't get a ready state here. I wonder why. Let's see. Consumables. Yeah. Let's see. Normal. Okay, by default they don't support pickup, but so here we have interactable pickup, so why? State is still ready. And from the very cool print debugging we did, we got to, let's see here, action, interaction, pickup. We got to about oh no, action, interaction. We actually got here and is entity null. We don't get to there anymore, right? That's not good. Okay. Let's see here. Adaptive in the sense that, like, if a part of the map is near water and there's lots of sunshine for a few days, clouds build up and lead to rainy days and increased. Oh. That would be so fucking cool, but maybe in update 1.6 we'll see. Cypher, I should focus on getting back into modeling. I'd love to model stuff for you. That would be cool. I'm just thinking about why this one is not triggered. Okay, so it's ready to process. We don't get to here anymore, which means that entity provider interactable entity is null, but interactable entity, I can see interactable entity here. So what I'm wondering is, it might be actually be the case that is ready to process when we get to, when we check this one is not set. So let's check this out. Do you use Blender? Yes, I do, and I fucking love it. Blender is the best. So what I'm wondering is, did I quit? Okay. So if we check this one, we can see that entity provider is actually set correctly. So that reference is set, which means that action. So when we do add a dependency reference, we set the action reference and then we add a listener here, try set ready state. So every time the state of focus in this case changes, this one will be called. Alright, but then the question is, action try start processing is in state, so let's assume we're debugging the focus right now. So we start focusing, then we do start processing, and action interaction, start processing, entity provider is not equal to null, interactable entity is set, and but let's see here, action interaction focus, we do what I'm wondering is, let's just fucking print it. Sorry. So interactable pickup, I want to print more stuff here, or action interaction here. This one, actually, we don't print this one, so we don't even get down to here. That's weird. It's ready to process. Whoa, why is that? Start character 01 prefab focus action processing display information, and then we stop. So it doesn't seem like is ready to process is never called for focus. And that might be because this one returns false or this one returns false. Are dependencies fulfilled? Have I defined it correctly? Action interaction pickup, action type focus, dependency type in-state processing, and it's the provider. Is fulfilled. Is this one wrong? So it's probably this one right here. Checks party. What are some example of favorite games of yours? Viva Pinata. That is probably, that's one of my favorite games. It's a hard question, you know. So, like, of all my games I've ever played, Viva Pinata is probably the one I would put in the top. But these days, I haven't played it in a long while. But I like chill games. Have lately once again really started to like different Nintendo games as well. They're just so, it's just plain fun, you know. Okay, so now to the question, why does this one fail? Are dependencies fulfilled? Dependencies all, we want to check if all of them is fulfilled. And this one, I don't see it. Ooh, yeah, horror games are I appreciate them, but like I scare easily, to be honest. Did love though, like I have played some, and I remember when the playable teaser got released on PlayStation 4. That looked so good. So I have dreamt about doing a game like that, but I do appreciate horror games as well. Playable teaser was sick. I think it was the next Silent Hill game, but it got cancelled. IBOKSA use breakpoints to check where it is wrong. Yeah, probably should. I love any game with good atmosphere. Yeah, that's definitely true. I love being like totally swept up in a game, if you know what I mean. Like forgetting that you exist. Yeah, so breakpoints are usually a good idea. I just don't know exactly where I would like to set them and what information I would like to show. My main expertise is music/audio. Oh, nice. Tower defense games are fun to make and love to watch people make it. Yes, I do agree. Tower defense games are extremely nice. Like I loved making one. I have loved making watch people making them, and I also love playing them. This is pretty much the only way I can see it fail, to be honest. But it also depends on, like, everything is correctly set up. We do get an action reference. The old Warcraft 3 days, yes indeed. Okay. If I can't get this to work with my favorite tool, logging, we are gonna unfortunately have to dive into breakpoints. Probably. Try set ready state for let's do type. Thank you for the follow, Abio KSA. Was it the debugging by printing that got you? So I want to see what kind of flow we have here. Pause. Here we do get down here. So let's see here. Start character C1 prefab focus action. Try set ready state pickup. Is entity null? No, it's not, because we get it. And then we get processing of we do get this print here. Checks party, this is nitpicky, but when I see a try method, I expect a bool in return. Yeah, that's actually a good point. Yeah, I can see that. Okay, but we do actually get this call here. Try set ready state. Like we print this one, and we also get is entity null. So we even get to this one. So is ready to process. We get to this one. We get to this one, and entity supports action type. Is this where I fucked up? Supports action type. Interactables contains key. Love that logic. Okay, so the only way I see it is that this one actually fails. So I would like to see what we have in here. For each interactable in-game object gets components interactable. Contains key. Interactable type. Interactables add. We should add this. It should be added. Supports action type. Ooh. Okay, so only one reference. Get interactable. Okay. So, what is the problem? Animate entity. What's up, Smack My Peach? How are you doing today? Get action. Can perform action. Super duper. Nice. Nice to hear. And if we go to interactable focus, type focus, interactable pickup. The fuck am I missing? Action, interaction, pickup. So this one has pickup, the other one has pickup. Entity supports action type. Come on. Okay, let's do it like this. I want to see what this one returns. I want to make sure that it's this one that is the cause. Yeah, now we don't get This is weird. The first time around we get this one, right? Try set ready state pickup. This one never continues. Let's see. Try set ready state for pickup, and then we don't get any longer, pretty much. Well, okay, yeah. So, or is it that action state? This is weird. Okay, is this actually a problem with, let's see here. So what dragons are you battling today? Still the damn interaction dragon. So I wonder if... Yeah. Okay. So here we can see that when we do the first focus, then we actually get action interaction pickup to be ready, but not the following ones for some reason. Yeah, okay. Yes. So we get stuck in ready here. We never leave ready. Yeah, that's true. That is true. So that makes sense. Try set ready state. So the actions, they listen to action dependencies. If dependencies changes state, this one calls try set ready state. And if it's available, all dependencies are fulfilled and it's ready to process, then it sets the state to ready. But what happens if it's in ready state? We get an action dependency change. One of these now fails, but we don't set it to available. We just set it at ready. That's not good. So it basically fails this one. Instead, what we want, so try set ready state, yeah, we still want to call it that, because that's basically what this one is all about, but we want to add some functionality to it. We want to set it to not ready if the state changed to not ready. But we need to keep in mind where we switch to different states. So try set ready state changes currently something from available to ready. That's the only thing it does. Try start processing changes something from ready to processing. That's the only change it does. Try stop processing changes something from processing to available. Now I'm going to introduce a new change here. So we're going to go from ready to available, basically. So yes, exactly. But the question is, how do I want to reset it? And like, I like this streamlined way of doing it. Go just like one method is only going from state X to state Y. But here we're unfortunately gonna have to introduce a few others. So it's gonna be if, then we set it to ready. Else if state is equal to action state dot ready. Like, I would like to just do something like this. Dot available. But I'm not sure this will be the case. So state action state is available and our dependency is fulfilled is right. So right now, if this was one is in, so one of these dependencies get triggered, this one is in state ready, then this is false, so we just jump to this one and it gets set to available. That might be the wrong way to go about it, so I wonder, it's probably something like this I want to do. If state is equal to action state dot unavailable return. If it's unavailable, we don't want to do any changes to it. Otherwise, our dependency is fulfilled and is ready to process, set it to ready, otherwise available. So let's see how this works. If it's unavailable, we just keep it in unavailable. If it's available, we check these two. If they are true, we set it to ready. If these are not true, we keep it in available. If it's ready and we get notified, we check if these are true, otherwise available. If they are true, we just set it to ready again. So something like this is probably how I want to do it. Unavailable is currently a state that is not used. So this is thought to be used for, like, I might want to disable states based on external stuff. So let's assume, for instance, that a character or an entity has a action run. But not the best case. Let's say that an entity passes out, then I want to disable, or I want to set a lot of different actions to unavailable. Basically, that's the best, most easy example I can give, I think. So right now it's unused, but yeah, we'll see. But I'm pretty certain we're gonna revisit this method because we're gonna soon we're soon gonna cross path with an old issue of mine, which I'm not entirely sure how I want to implement, but yeah. Let's explain it when we get there. So let's see if it correctly sets the states now. So focus is ready, pickup is available. Now pickup is ready because focus is processing. If we remove, that one becomes okay. Nice, good. So this is like old times. I do wonder. Yeah. Before I continue now with the correct states here, so now I want to pick it up again. I'm just going to run AFK real quick, so around 5 minutes. Be right back. Okay, back. So let's see. The state machine is back in order. So the next thing is, why doesn't playable entity display the correct like the correct controller visuals or whatever? Like, why doesn't this one correctly show what kind of actions I can take on this one? So, affected game object. Returns just game object by default, but action interaction overrides this one. Interactable entity, if it's not equal to null, we return that game object. But yeah, okay, so that's the issue. This one returns null because we haven't really like pickup don't interact with anything just yet. It knows which object it is going to interact with though. So this one should be interactable entity. Let's see here. Entity provider. Action interaction is an action which is mono behavior, so we can't do null conditionals here. Am I gonna have to do fuck, how bad does how bad does this look? Let's see here. Jesus. Entity provider. Oh yeah. But then this one can be null as well. Jesus. So yeah. Do I want to convert this one to a method? Maybe. Or do I need this one? Let's see here. What is input? Despite my pitch, how would you describe this part of the system to a coworker? Which part do you mean? Like this input to action map? What specific part of the system are you referring to? Like input to action map or the interaction system as a whole? Yeah. But so we're still talking about the interaction system, right? How would you describe this part of the system to a coworker? No, here's the thing. Okay, so I think I've said this multiple times. Once on today's stream and 2 times yesterday, I think. But so this is where we're at. The interaction system got implemented, and that system is a state machine basically, which like defines what actions an entity can take and what actions can be done to that entity. And that is done by a state machine, basically. That system, the interaction system, was recently implemented and working. But the thing with an interaction is that an interaction is pretty much an action that where something does something to something. So you have to have 2 entities to do an interaction, right? I did, however, discover that I need to support an interaction system that supports actions with only 1 entity. So not interactions, but rather actions. So that's what I've been doing this week, extending the interaction system or converting it into an action system. Still going to be the same. It's going to be a state machine that defines what actions an entity can take, and that includes interactions with other entities. Hope that makes a little bit sense. To me it does. So it was just, I love to, this might not be the best way to work, but I love to work this way, so iterative. And I wished that I had foreseen that I wanted to support actions in my interaction system. Unfortunately, I missed it, so I have to do this now. So what I'm implementing or working with right now are actually things that worked previous week. It's just, I just need to do small changes to make it work with this new system we have right now. So previously it was interactors and interactables. Now it's actions with optional interactables. Yeah. And this specific component binds player input to actions on the playable entity. But right now we don't get a bind here because of this check right here, which might be, I don't know if I need this one, but so let's skip this one right now. So what we do here is we just, one action has changed state. Has it changed to ready? Then we want to bind it. We don't care about its affected game object here. So we call bind action. If bound action is equal to this one, we just return. If bound action is not equal to null, we unbind the previous one. And if this one is not equal to null, we do this. So affected game object here is just used to display the options in the correct place in the game world. Could maybe do it in a better way. Yeah, let's show this. I think it might display the options for an object now, but in the wrong place, basically. Ooh, okay, that's better than I assumed. So it actually works. Beautiful. Let me check this. This is not very often that something works, and I don't know why. I wouldn't have guessed this. Okay, let's see. So affected game object here is action affected game object. Yeah, but okay, so it works now because I added this line. I'm pretty sure. But let's do action interaction action. Affected game object, get affected game object. Probably gonna get some errors anyway, but okay, get affected game object. And let's redo this into a function so we can do proper checking and keep it a little bit prettier. Override start. Yeah. Good music, by the way. Oh, I didn't even think about the music. Now I want to hear it. Was it this one? Conjuring Spirits, Solar Body. Okay. Ooh, gave me some Spanish classic guitar vibes. Damn. That threw me back to my childhood. I used to play the guitar and like, I wouldn't, maybe not classic, but like Spanish songs. Much like this was something I played a lot. Yeah, it was fun. I wonder why I stopped actually. Playing the guitar. Oh well, if interactable entity is not equal to null, return interactable entity. Oh yeah. Okay, and then I want to check if entity provider is not equal to null. This is such a... It's a lot of checks for this method. I broke my hand and gave up like 8 years down the path. Damn! I'm sorry to hear that. Don't punch walls. Nah, that's not a good thing to do. Get affected game object. So this one, action interaction, can affect game objects in multiple different ways. So if it's processing something, it's affecting it. I don't know if this is the correct naming of it, but whatever. If entity provider is equal to null, return null. Otherwise, if Jesus. If it's equal to null or entity provider dot interactable entity is equal to null. Otherwise, return this. Okay. Okay. So now it's just a little bit prettier. Yeah, we might have some issues because this one is now a method. Okay, let's see if I've implemented this good enough for pickup to work without additional changes. I don't know, maybe. So what happened there? Action interaction pickup, it's available, but it has an interactable entity, so we do pick it up, but then it goes back to available. Let's see. We have it. Okay. So we're back at this point. Okay. Interactable pickup, what does it do? Enable physics, false, reset transform. This is interactable pickup, so this one does enable physics, false, reset transform. Don't think we actually do it, so let's see. Action interaction pickup. We only set parent here. And then I guess interactable pickup dot interact. But once again, this I might want to clean this up a tiny bit. So the tiny bridge, the way these two talk to each other right at the end, might want to fix that. But now the pickup should be okay. Or work like it used to. Yes, good. But then we get this problem. So hovering above this one shows pickup here, because this one is the one the pickup is like, this is the processed entity. So two things. Pickup is available right now. It's not processing. So we can pick up more stuff. It's still not processing. So we could probably pick it all up. And it's a question if I want to support it like this or not. But for now we're not gonna do it. So let's see here. First problem. The state never gets set to processing, at least not for long. What more? Let's begin with that one. Why doesn't interactor pickup get set to processing? Start processing base. So action here, state should be set to processing because we actually do this. But yes. Okay, I think I know what the cause of it is. And once again, it's this one. So let's say that we pick something up. So then we focus something new, i.e. focus change. The state of focus changes, which means that try ready state for pickup gets called. State is not unavailable, so we continue down, and then we get to our dependencies fulfilled. Is ready to process. No. So we set it to available, and we're back at where we were previously. So now the question is, do I want to change if state, action state unavailable? Do I want to change it to if state is equal to processing, do I want to return then? Okay, so this is a rather big question for the system as a whole. Do I want to implement this in such a way that changing some actions might stop other actions from processing? Or do I want to implement it in such a way that once an action is already processing something, it can't be stopped from outside sources, basically? Don't think so. Start with whatever is easier. Yeah, maybe. So, but okay, so we have this case. We have this specific case where we pick something up. Okay, we have the case with focus and pickup. Focus stops focusing, should pick up. Should that change the state of pickup? I do want it like when something is picked up, focus should be focusing on that one. But for instance, if we have action drop, if that changes to state processing, like if we drop something that pickup is using, I would like to can you make it in such a way that you can switch between the two easily? Yeah, now we're talking. Okay, so first of all, we have completed these. So this is basically what I've been doing this week, I think. Okay. Let's see, I just need to think about these use cases. So first of all, if something is picked up, if something is picked up by the player, that object should be focused for the player, basically. So can I implement this dependency, so action dependencies, in such a nice way that we can define that? Like if do I want to add an additional list here? I know that in the old implementation with Interactor, this was also a big question, and I got it to work by a pretty hacky way, which I don't want to redo. So it's basically right now dependencies are defined in such a way that an action checks if the dependencies are fulfilled before it can do an action. But it would also be nice to be able to lock an action in place depending on if dependencies are ready or not, basically. Or when I think about it, okay, so the only reason I want focus to be locked when I have something picked up is because of the playable entity. So I want to show this debug square and I want to show the current actions to it. So because if we take a look at animate entity that are not the playable entity, they might actually have something picked up and be able to focus other stuff. That is definitely true. So I might not want to. So first of all, we have to double check, or we have to alter this one such that pickup doesn't go back to available, even though we have something picked up. And the easiest way, if action state is processing, could bake it into here, but we're not gonna do that for now because I might want to add and change some different stuff. I might have misheard the animals can pick stuff up too. Yes, everyone will be able to, the animals will be able to focus, they will be able to pick up. So this interaction system is not only for the playable entity, it's for the AI agents too. So this is the most easy way to do it. If something is processing, it's unaffected by its dependencies. But that is going to make drop harder to implement. For show. Could add you could add a simple boolean like depends. Could extend our dependencies fulfilled, so we could add additional information to dependencies, like in what state they should be checked, maybe. So, I might want to do this. So, what one could do is is this nice? Is this good? So, we have provider, we have serialized field, private bool, process, stopper or disabler, or is a good word for that? One sec, need to Google this. Processing what is the word I'm looking for? I'm looking for some nice word for like exiting a process or killing a process or killing something that is processing. Halting. Terminate. Terminate, maybe. Oh, yeah, okay, let's see here. Cancel. Is cancel, disrupt, break. Interrupt. Interrupt is probably the best way. Yeah, completion would be letting it run its course. This, like, I want to have a flag here that can be interrupt. Like this. Let's see, interrupts processing. Interrupts processing. Naming things is difficult. Yes, it is. But interrupts processing. That's okay. English is my second language. I'm from Sweden, so Swedish is my first language. Provide interrupts processing. Do you ever use Swedish words in your code? No, never. Like, I don't even know if it's, let's see here, can I do public int över? Like, I've never used Swedish words in my code, and I probably never will. It's it doesn't feel right, you know. Okay, so interrupts processing. I think this is pretty good. So try set ready state. Might want to rename this one. But so if state is equal to action state processing, then we want to do some additional checks here. Else if else. So this is pretty much a state update. So update state, maybe. I think way too much about naming, me too, sometimes. I have good days and I have bad days. Real bad days. So if it's unavailable, we just return. If it's processing, then we just want to check the dependencies that can stop it from processing. Are dependencies fulfilled? Is ready to process. Ooh, I want to check all. Let's take a quick look. Link all. I wonder if I've checked this already. True if every element of the source sequence passes the test in the specified predicate, or if the sequence is empty. So this is good. Or is it? But I need to remember this. So if the sequence is empty, it's true. Oh, yeah, I remember when Joda said that. State, action state processing. So I want to take all of these dependencies. I just want to fetch the ones that are processing terminate as true or interrupts processing. So I want to do if dependencies dot all, or actually dot where d dot interrupts oh yeah. Fuck, is provider. Okay, actually this is, I could, but then I want to have, but I don't have that. Let's see how I want to do this. I want to decide these from the editor, so let's just go with the field solution then. Yeah, that's probably better anyway. And I might, can I do header here now? Flags. Fuck it. Okay, so this one, this sucks. So private set. Okay, so I can't even have flags there. You can't have it all, I guess. Let's go on without them. So yeah. What is the purpose of action dependency type? So when we define an action dependency, like we want to define how is this action dependent on other actions, and this one just helps, like if it's in state, then it's dependent on that action that it needs to be in this specific case. If it's not state, then it needs it's used to be able to have a little bit more control over how I define action dependencies. Pretty much. It's used here. Okay, we're gonna have some issues here. Is provider. We're gonna go with just dot provider. And do we have action? So what I want to do here is I want to get all dependencies where interrupts processing is true, and then I want to check dot all. So here I have to remember all returns true if the list is empty, right? So oh fuck, this is yes, checks party. Action is something that interacts. So action could be like the character starting to run, that's an action, run action. The character jumping is an action, that's action jump. The character picking something up is action interaction pickup, and so on. Metalingus, what's up, how are you doing today? Today I realized that the English word or actually means XOR. Is that so? So XOR is either this or this, but not both at the same time, and not nothing. Or am I... do I remember it correct? Okay, dependencies. Okay, so if I do all on an empty, so what I want to do here is I want to interrupt it if the this might very well be wrong. Let's see. Actually, let's do it like this. Public bool r process interruptor dependencies fulfilled. Are process interrupter dependencies fulfilled? Yeah, I wonder about, so when I get asked to pick something up from the store, can you pick up X or Y from the store? I usually just pick them both up. Why not? Are process interrupter dependencies fulfilled? What the fuck? Do I want to keep it like this? Ah yes, toffee is the best. It's the best. How do you even translate line 55 to English? This might not be the best example of link. We're gonna alter this one a tiny bit maybe. Are you a student or teacher? That doesn't mean the person can be both. But I guess someone can be both, right? Where is a filter method, pretty much. So in this list, from this list, return a list of the objects where this predicate is true. Okay, so interrupts processing. If they are all fulfilled. Yeah, so if one of these are not fulfilled, let's see if all of them are fulfilled. Yeah, so I think we can do like this. Okay, so remember, all returns true if it's empty. So I think this is how I want to do it. So let's see. So this one basically take all the dependencies, or take all dependencies that interrupts processing, and then we check if all of them are fulfilled. Pretty much. But with this one it becomes get all processes that interrupts processing. If one of them is not fulfilled, change state to available. I think this is how I want to do it. And do I want to check state here as well? Maybe. And I wonder if I want to use this one. So if it's in state processing, we check if all the dependencies that are related to interrupting a process is still true. If they are, we don't do anything. If they are not, we change it to available. But it's still a question of we might change it to... Okay, we probably won't change it to ready, that's true. Nah. But it's also like, so probably want to do yeah, so I think we want to do try stop processing here. As long as you know what you're doing. Yeah, half of the time I don't, but this one I think it's okay. Try stop processing, right? So this means that ooh, I hope I feel like this is a very good way to implement it. So action interaction pickup, we have one dependency here, focus. If it's the provider, yes, it's the provider. Does it interrupt processing? No, it does not. So if focus changes from processing to ready, like we're not focusing anything anymore, then this one shouldn't change from processing. Yeah, let's see if it works. Nice. Yeah, it works. And I can't pick this up because I'm already holding something. That's beautiful. And now we're back to the question of, like, as far as the player is concerned, as far as the current state of my game, I would like this, whatever is picked up, to be focused. But like the animals, I still want the animals to be able to focus other stuff, even though they might be holding something. I need to fix my animator, but yeah. So after all this complexity, you will be able to pick up the apple. No, not the apple, but everything but. Nah, but yes, that's the sad truth. But all this complexity will also hopefully make it much easier to be able to implement other stuff, other interaction stuff. Okay, so now we have something picked up. Can I focus this one? No. But actually, if I do this, smack my peach, we're gonna implement that very soon. So the problem is that when I have my mouse hovering here, it hits the character instead of the cherries. So let's see. So could I do oh, yeah. Yeah, I want to model a peach. Okay, so we disable physics on this one, so we can't hover above it. That's a previous issue we had. Otherwise, I should be able to hover it now, and we shouldn't see any options for it, but let's see. I want to be able to hover it. Action. interactable pickup. So enable physics false. This is wrong. Or rather, like, is kinematic this one, detect collisions? So I basically want raycasts to detect this collider, but I don't want my character collider to collide with it. So am I gonna have to change? Could put it in another layer. I see entity as your own version of game object, essentially. Yeah, right now it pretty much is. But then you have, so you have entity, with this is probably the most important part about it, which describes how this entity can be interacted with. But then you have a subclass as well, which is called animate entity, and this one have actions as well. And then of course you have the playable entity. But yeah, that's a rough way to look at it, yes. Okay, so I want to be able to focus this apple I'm holding in my hands. Yeah, that's basically it, checks. So every object that lives in some way, or every object that can be interacted with, pretty much. But yeah, okay, this disable physics is a big problem. I remember it being a problem before as well. Let's see if someone has had the exact same here. I have an A interactable base class, yes. So allow raycast. Ooh. Yeah, I mentioned layer mask previously. I probably don't want to. I would like to avoid using layers or changing layers of the objects. Yes, we're gonna go with triggers, I guess. Yeah. So basically it all comes down to, let's see, input handler. This one, raycast, physics raycast, hit.rigid body. So can I disable physics on the rigid body but allow it on change this one to kinematic and change this one to trigger? Is that weird? Let's try it. And I'm not entirely sure I want to go with, if we do interactable pickup, here we use an entity. Do I want to use an entity? We have multiple colliders as well. Let me just check rigid body documentation. Now I'm thinking if that, I wonder if that exists. Oh yeah, that's true, that's true. Physics overlap box and physics overlap sphere. Been a long time since I used those. Let's see if this works. So detect collisions, no. Instead we're gonna do is kinematic for each collider. But then what if I have colliders that are actual triggers? Oh yeah, I wanted to check rigid body here. I want to check. Yeah, it's not this one I want. Definitely not this one. Okay, I'm starting to believe more and more into layers. If I could fix include. When we do a physics raycast, what? My character movement, or the character, I don't remember exactly what it's called, character controller maybe. It's rigid body based, so working with forces and stuff like that. And that's why, yeah, it's, if I do this, so like if we do enable physics, we don't disable physics here, or collisions. So now when I pick something up, that object will actually affect the character. Like it will collide with the character, and you will, the character will pretty much fly away, if I remember correctly. Yeah. From scratch, yeah, I think I have a video about it, the character controller, on my YouTube. Let's see, player movement it's called. Okay, so yeah, so exclude layers. Can I exclude all of them? The additional layers that all colliders attached to this. I'm a little bit physics. Ignore raycast. So this is pretty much the only layer I still want to have. No, that's not entirely true. So this, if I what happens if I exclude all layers? I want this one to still detect raycasts, but I want it to exclude all other layers, basically. So I wonder if I can add it to here. So when I pick it up, I want to disable. So basically, when I pick it up, I want to disable it affecting other objects in the world, but I still want it to be affected by raycasts, or detectable by raycasts, pretty much. I guess doing this, even though for each collider in colliders, something like this. Okay, like this. Now I should be able to yes, beautiful. Okay, so this works, but now I can hover above the cherry. Oh, I love the visuals of these debug boxes intersecting with the game objects, but yeah, it's harder to read, definitely. Might want to fix that some later. This is a little bit weird why I can't. There's I know what I'm gonna do to fix this. And put them on some layer. Yeah, that's definitely one way. But okay, so why, if I have my mouse pointer here, why is it detecting my character instead of this one? That's weird. But oh well. Okay, and you also have a problem here. A note might need to rethink this for entities with both triggers and non-triggers. Trigger and non-trigger colliders. Probably because the ray picks up both the cherry and the character and returns the last thing. Yeah, I thought it would return the first thing. But yeah. Okay, let's see if I can make this cherry consumable. Do you know how to display colliders in scene view only using on-draw gizmos? You don't even know, you don't even need to use on-draw gizmos, right, for colliders. But yeah, before we make this cherry consumable by the character, I just need to run AFK real quick, so be right back. Okay, back. Let's see. Okay. Let's see if we can make it possible to consume this apple. Or cherry, or whatever. So this one has interactable consume. With some attributes, I thought. Some attribute functions though. I love this. Okay. Player.consume apple easy. Yeah. Let's see. But what if I want to see all colliders not only selected? Then I don't know how to do that. It could be done with draw gizmos, and as far as I know, draw gizmos will not appear in the build version, but I'm not entirely sure. Okay, so the fruit itself already has interactable consume. So character 01 prefab, let's see, it has focus, pickup, and now I want to add a new one that is not yet implemented. So interesting. create action interaction consume. Let's go action interaction pickup. This attribute handler body definition. Yes, we're gonna need that later on, but for now, fuck it, let's keep them. Start. Yeah, I don't want to do anything in start for now. Start processing, and it's always the recurring question here. Do I want to do this cast? I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna use mouth here later on, or whatever it is that's consuming something. Interactable. Handle interaction this. And how does it look in this one? Handle interaction. Decay. Okay. So for now, let's just do decay. So if I pick it up and I consume it, it will be removed. Or destroyed, rather. And then I only need to add consume. Dependencies, interaction body part types, we're gonna wait with that one. But dependencies, for the character to be able to consume something, it depends on pickup. That pickup is in state processing. Is it provider? Fuck yeah, it is. Interrupts processing. Nah, don't think so. But we're gonna see some mismatches here. So when we start consuming this one, when we destroy it, yes, when we destroy it, okay, so this is what I'm thinking. Interrupts processing. So if we're consuming something, if we're in the process of consuming something and pickup changes state, will we stop consuming it? I don't think so. But we might want to do pickup so that pickup we might want to do it so that pickup depends on consume. So when consume changes to process, pickup stops process whatever it's processing, because then we know for this character it's a like it might not be like that for all entities, but for this one it will be. But let's see how this plays out. I'm a little bit worried that when we consume the apple, we will destroy, or whatever we consume. When we consume an object, we will destroy that object, and we will have a loose pointer basically in pickup. But there's a reason that interactable also has an action state. Because I might not want, like when we consume something, I might like this. Fuck, do I even want to use action state here? You don't have to destroy it per se, you may want to leave it in a consumed state. Yes, definitely. And it's also like eating something is gonna be a process spanning multiple frames. But we will get to that. But for now, I just want to test, so let's destroy. And the idea was that interactables have a state of their own, that, so like the interactor... but maybe not the action state. Or... Now, because right now, okay, so when we destroy it right now, we're gonna have to get some problems here with action interaction pickup. So this one will be removed. This one will be removed, but we won't change state. Basically, that's what I think will happen, but you never know. Yeah, we're gonna have an action interaction. What is it called? Digest. So pick up. Ooh, it actually shows for it. Oh yeah, of course. This is beautiful. Wow, this is way better than I expected. I thought I would have to hover it. Nah, fuck the digestive system. Okay, so this is great. Fuck, I love my implementation. Although where this one is shown is pretty bad, but yeah, you know, you get it. If this one would be located here. But okay, so let's see what happens if I consume it. Character 01 debug. Consume, pick up, focus. Are you talking about this one, if it's a 3D sprite? Yes, it is. Both text and... But yeah, we're gonna use a custom shader for this one. Because I want it to appear as if it's in the real world. But I can't have it like we have it now. Press 2. I'm going to. Just wait. So, action interaction focus is ready. We're not focusing something. Action interaction pickup is processing because we're holding something. Action interaction consume is ready because pickup is in state processing. What a beautiful system this is. So let's see what happens if I click 2. Are we ready? I don't know. Fuck it. So, start character 01 prefab consume action. Action interaction consume is processing. Action interaction pickup is processing. Action interaction focus is ready. So, interactable entity for pickup is gone, but we're still in processing. That's bad. Action interaction consume, interactable entity is missing, but we're still in state processing. So we instantly ate it, This is still in processing, of course. This is still in processing. I wonder if we do... Oh, they're stuck in processing, okay. And yes, so now to the question, how do I want to solve this? Either going with... Yeah, I think it looks nice. I think it looks nice. Either we can go with interactables having states, but you know, or we could use the currently implemented interaction system to prompt the other interactors that, hey, I just did something with your interactable. What you gonna do about it? And then that interaction component will decide what it will do about it. But how would that look in action interaction consume, for instance? When we consume it, we want to... So that would probably be pickup having a dependency consume not being in processing. If consume is in process, so I could do it like this. Let's see here. Dependency. Oh, fuck, this is interesting. Action interaction pickup. Let's do add one here. We add a dependency, and it's consume in state processing. Provider no, but interrupts processing. So what we're telling the system right now is that you're dependent on consume. You can only be ready if... fuck. You can only be ready if... this is not true. We might want to extend this system a little bit. Danny Dev, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. Okay, because if we add... is not in state processing and interrupts processing. So action interaction pickup depends on focus, that focus is in state processing, but it also depends that consume is not in state processing. Well, let's try it. Can we have it there? Fuck, should have marked this one. Consume is still in processing, but pickup is unavailable. Wow, beautiful. So let's see how it looks in action actually. So we... I can't pick this up. Why can't I pick this up? Oh yeah, because consuming is in state processing. Luckius, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, so we can't pick up anything else now because consume is in state processing. We're still eating something. And pickup depends on consuming not being in processing, basically. So, how do I want to handle action consume? Oh, actually... action interaction consume. Start processing. We're gonna do a lot of different things here. We handle the interaction, and when we start processing, at the end of start processing, or like in the end of processing, the last thing that happens in action interaction consume is, let me just take a quick look. Yeah, the last thing that happens, the last thing that happens in action interaction consume when we start consuming something is action. This one. State processing. How and when and how again do I want to like with the current implementation, when we consume something, we just destroy whatever we consume. So then the natural way of actions would be to like change state to processing, consume object, change state back to available. But I would like to do something like for some of these actions. Like start processing, or rather start processing, state is equal to processing, then instantly try stop processing. And of course, best case scenario, I would like to do this in action interaction consume. So start processing, bam, try stop processing. But the flow, doing it this way, the flow is all fucked up, because this means that we will actually call try stop processing before we get to this one. But then again, I probably won't have any instant actions. That's not going to be the case. No action is ever going to be instant. I can't really imagine what that would be. Like the action of jump is like processing for jump is probably going to be when the jump is instantiated until the character lands on the ground again. What would be a instant action? No, I don't think so. Anything. So that's why I might have to rely on interactable states. But that's not entirely... interactable states is probably not something I want to work with. First of all, interactables, or each interactable is it's extremely specific. So interactable consume, for instance, is so action interaction pickup handles interactable pickup, while action interaction consume handles interactable consume. So they're handling the same game object but not the same interactable, and that's a big difference. But the interactions or the actions, or rather the interaction, it needs to know when an entity gets destroyed, basically. So, although this was a nice way to solve this one, like when consume is processing, remove it from here, I'm not entirely sure that's how I want to go about doing it. Because I think when something, like, to be able to consume something, this entity needs to have something picked up, and I don't think I want to reset pickup until the thing is actually fully consumed or the consumption is stopped. Let me see one thing. Interactable entity, get protected set. Fuck it, let's do, I want to try this. Private interactable entity, and I guess we're gonna have to go with this prefix. Public entity, interactable entity, get turn set. Value. Fuck, should have renamed it first. Oh well. Okay, there we go. I want to see. This might be a stupid question to make or to ask, but let's see. Okay, no questions are stupid, but action interaction. Let's see here. Like this actually becomes null. I can see it in the debug view. But does this set function get called? I can't imagine it being it, so it probably just an empty. Yeah, the reference is still pointing, but towards an object, but that object in question is null. Yeah, this would be perfect otherwise. What the it is? Is it actually being called? But it should have been called twice. Ah, yeah. I'm tired. Of course it's being called when we do set, because we do set when we set it, yeah. But okay, so this is not the way I want to solve it. How the fuck do I want to solve it? How do I want a communication between how do I want an action interaction to be notified that whatever it's interacting with can no longer be interacted with? Why did I choose this message as well? This feels like it's probably the last piece of the puzzle. But then again, is okay, so the different things that can trigger this is the entity in question being destroyed. That's one. That's pretty much the only one. The second way I was gonna say is, for instance, if action interaction pickup drops something, or if for some reason action interaction pickup drops whatever item it has, then if we're in the process of consuming when that happens, action interaction pickup, it drops it, so its state will change from processing to available. Action interaction consume will, with this one, clicked, stop processing as well. So is it so, like, if a creature has picked something up and is in the process of consuming it, and then another creature attacks that creature, so that creature drops whatever it's consuming, that means that pickup will change state, consume will change state, and it's all okay. exactly as it should be. But such a hard question. Do I want to implement some notification system of entity? So like entity has an event you can subscribe to, and when entity, for instance, dies or gets destroyed, that event is invoked, and then the action interactions handles that, or I don't know. Pretty much looks like the best course of action right now. Yeah, this is probably want some notification system here. Can I really solve it in any other way? And if I do it that way, we're gonna have a lot of like add listener, remove listener. But I don't see another way. Could I have a Unity event and on destroy so what is it then? Interactable state, not interactable entity. On destroy And if I do add a variable here that someone can listen to, or a signaling system, what exactly do I want this one to tell? What? Is it only... Or can I make this specific? Will there exist a case where something just gets removed like that? I don't think so. So back to consume. We start consuming it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm wondering if I'm making this... Something should be able to be fully consumed. It's just... Okay, so consuming something is an actual process. Could do it in enumerable or iterate or a coroutine. So when it's done, so after a certain time it's fully consumed and we stop consuming. But if it's fully consumed, let's say that it's something you eat that is fully gone. How the fuck do we tell pickup that you're holding nothing? Without destroy signaling, basically. And how would that signal system look? On destroy signals to everything that listens to it. And then once again, back to the question, is destroying it the only thing we care about? Or do we want to have specific cases? So many things to consider. For the simple purpose of changing the state here. When the interactable entity goes from a correct reference to missing. Bit overwhelming in it. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Okay, so one-way notifications are done with this dependency system. So like if pickup does something to, so if both consume and pickup are processing something and pickup drops whatever it's holding, then this one changes from processing to available. And since this one is interrupts processing, this one changes to available as well. So that way is the flow, that way is good. But the other way around, so like say consume fully consumes it and removes it. This one doesn't get notified. So yes, we're gonna do it like this. And I wonder, so mono behavior depends a little bit differently, right? You need to, so if I do something like destroy game object, if someone then checks if game object is equal to null, return, does this return true? Like the flag that this game object will be destroyed is set to true, but let's see. Yes. Check if object is about to be destroyed. Unity. But yeah, I don't need, so I could do, let's see here, entity, could simply do, we have a lot of things here, wait, bounds, yeah, fuck, this feels a little bit like a cheat, but destroy event, I don't know. And then you do on destroy, that's the correct term for it, right? On destroy, and here you just do destroy event invoke. And now we have an additional Unity event we need to handle in relation to adding and removing listeners. Action interaction. So entity provider. No. Interactable entity. So if value is equal to null, if value is equal to null and okay, so we can do it like this. If value is equal to null, okay, so if the new value we're gonna set is null and interactable entity is not equal to null, then we do remove listener. Try stop processing. I think this is the one I want to work with. Action try stop processing, debug log, stop processing. Pretty sure. So we remove this listener, interactable entity, destroy event, remove listener, try stop processing. And actually, it's probably going to be like this. If value is not equal to interactable entity, then we do something. If interactable entity is not equal to null, then we do this. Alright. And then we do if value is not equal to null, we do value dot destroy event dot add listener, try stop. And lastly we do this. I don't know, maybe. So interactable entity, if we set it, we check this value we want to set it to, is it the same that we already have? If so, just do this, whatever. Could have this one inside here as well, but yeah. If it's not, we check if the current one is equal to null. If so, we remove the listener from it. And then we check if the value we're gonna set it to, if it's not equal to null, we add listener, try stop processing. Yeah, maybe. So the flow will look like this. Action, interaction, consume. We will do start processing. We will call base start processing. We will get the interactable consume and do absolutely nothing with it. Then we will handle interaction here in interactable consume. Interactable consume will just call decay, and decay right now is just destroy this game object. Destroying this game object will prompt, thanks to reflection I think, every component on this game object that implements on destroy to be called. So it will call for every, it will call on destroy on all the components that implements it. And all it will do in entity is destroy event, invoke. Yeah, maybe. Like, I might have done something wrong, and but apart from that, this will definitely work. It's just a question of, is this the best way to do it? Doubt. So let's see. Action, interaction, focus, pickup, consume, all depends on each other in different ways. We pick this one up, we have to consume. Consume is ready, pickup is processing. Let's consume it and see what the fuck is happening. Yes, Action interaction pickup gets changed to available. Action interaction consume gets set to available, and we can move on. We can go to this one, pick it up, consume it. We can move to this one, pick it up, consume it, and so on. Beautiful. Yonsi911, thank you so much for the follow, and Shimoon as well. Sorry for the pronunciation, but I did my best. Okay, so what happens if I pick this one up? Get over here. I cannot pick this one up. Okay, beautiful. But I can pick it up now. Your pronunciation was spot on. Oh, thank you. Good. Yes, okay, so this works. Ooh. The object of type button map item has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. I don't like seeing this one. Button map item 41. Button map item. This one, 41. These errors are always a little bit annoying. So when we exit the scene, we get a null reference, and I know I don't want this to occur. So input to action map 58. Which calls this one. So the game object is destroyed. This one is called. Why am I getting this weird? What's up, Cynic? How are you doing today? How's the game development going? Or modeling, actually. Or modeling as well. This game dev on hold, very sick, so just chilling. Oh damn, man. Sorry to hear. Hopefully we'll get better soon enough. Okay, pick up. Yeah, okay, so we do get this error. So when we have, so it's specifically when we have something, when we show this one for something and we just exit from play. But I mean, like, game object, it's 41, right? Button map item. So we just try to hide it. I get it. So this one is new. Now, since we have the... Wow. Okay, so this is what happens. When... We might want to do something here. So when... entity, when we exit the scene, entity is supposed to get destroyed, right? So the last thing it does is to invoke destroy event, which does a lot of things, but everything in the scene is about to be destroyed because we're exiting play. So when this one is invoked and playable entity down the line is invoked, so this one, update input to action maps, and finally this one is called, then this one is already set to be destroyed, right? Because we're exiting the scene. So could just do a if game object check here, or best case scenario would be a check here. So if the scene or the game is about to exit, don't invoke this. What's up, Brandon, by the way? How are you doing? It's the good looking parent cherry, but this time there's also an apple. Yes. So I think we have 3 different fruits right now, but I actually have a list. Unfortunately not here, but I have a to-do list for some additional ones. And it's when I'm streaming and don't really feel like programming, I usually go to the list of consumables and just model one. Okay, so on destroy, check if game is about to exit Unity. Oh, okay, that's a very specific issue. Is application quit? Okay. I thought there would be one global variable easy to access in Unity, but maybe there isn't. Yeah, I don't want to do this. Application quitting. Not really what I want. So basically I don't want to invoke this one if this one gets destroyed thanks to the application quitting. So maybe I'm gonna have to just do a if null check here. Or could probably do, what the fuck, I wonder if this would work now when I think about it. Let's try it. Don't really like having this one in entity, however, but what was it, on application quitting? Do I actually have to? Here we go. Would like to not have this in entity, but whatever. Let's see if this works. So on application quit, destroy event, remove all listeners. Does this one get invoked before this one? I'm Cynic, you play any games? Yes, I do. Like, playing games is my biggest interest, I would say. So right now I got a Switch for my son, or me and my girlfriend, so I play a lot of games with him. We also play Minecraft together, and that has been wonderful. But me myself, when I play alone, it's let's see here, Counter-Strike, of course, World of Warcraft, Season of Discovery, and Baldur's Gate. Those are the 3 I'm playing right now. How about you? She has played some games with me, mostly to be nice, but so she doesn't play any games herself, but right now she plays Minecraft with the son sometimes, and she actually enjoys it. But how about you, Cynic? What are you playing these days, if you play? And let's see if this works. So it's just a question of I don't want to get an error when I quit the game. So here. Okay, it works. Beautiful. The finals. So if I remember correctly, is that the game from the X DICE developers? It's pretty much a arena shooter, 3 against 3 or something like that. Yeah, nice. Yeah, I've seen a lot about it, but fuck, I'm stuck in Counter-Strike land right now. But it looks very good, very good. And yeah, I envy you people that that finds a partner that actually plays a lot. But yeah, now I have a son, which I can play a lot with, so that's good, I suppose. He's still a little bit too young to join me in Counter-Strike though. But soon. Oh yeah, I also played this game, which I've found to be amazing. So when I don't have that much time to play anymore, but when I get like 4 or 5 hours free to play games, I like to play very like single play games where you get drawn into the world. And I recently got the Kingdom Come Deliverance. Like, it's a, how the fuck does one explain it? It's a very good medieval, pretty historically correct game. RPG game. Never understood CSGO. You need to aim on the floor to get headshots. That's just recoil control. So like, yeah, that was a big. Like, I played Counter-Strike when I was small, or when I was young, and then what game that got me into FPS games again was actually PUBG, PlayerUnknown's Battleground, and in that game you have recoil affecting where your weapon aims. So you always shoot the bullets at the sight. But it's like, where I'm going with this, it's a little bit different in Counter-Strike. Like the recoil, fuck it. But they have changed it. So, let's see here. Counter-Strike 2 make sight follow recoil, I think it is. Yeah, so now when it's Counter-Strike 2, you can make the sight follow the recoil. So you don't aim down to the floor to get headshots, if you know what I mean. Wow, Counter-Strike version 1.5. I don't remember what version I started with, but yeah. Try and jump into Counter-Strike 2 with this setting. Now it might be a little bit better. Like, Counter-Strike is hands down the best FPS I've ever played. It's very nice. But yeah, so this is a new setting which can be useful for some. Okay, so now I forgot what I was doing here. Let's see. So now, if a interactable gets destroyed, the action interactions actually gets notified, and everything works. Beautiful. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's subjective, but fuck, I love Counter-Strike. Are you working as game dev as well? No. Or, I guess, yes. I'm doing this part-time. But no, I'm not working as a game dev on the side. Although I've thought about doing some freelancing, just haven't really dived into it. Okay, so now the next big question when it comes to this interaction system. How do I want to handle inverse actions? And what I mean by inverse actions is that you basically have, so for action interaction focus, you have action interaction unfocus. And for action interaction pickup, you should have maybe action interaction drop. Action interaction consume, its inverse action is action interaction unconsume, I suppose, or stop consume. And I know that initially I thought about it like implementing additional interactions. So action interaction focus, it both focuses and unfocuses in its component. Action interaction pickup, my initial idea was to implement something like action interaction drop, but I think that's a little bit excessive, and that probably means that I need to implement an action interaction focus as well, and so on. So the better approach is probably to handle the inverse action in the actual action script. So action interaction focus needs to handle unfocus, action interaction pickup needs to handle action interaction drop, or pickup needs to handle drop, consume needs to handle stop consume. Hopefully that makes sense. Rainbow Six Siege is probably the best FPS I've played, and probably the finals will take second place. Rainbow Six Siege, is that the 6 versus 6 competitive? Rainbow Six Siege. Yeah, I've never played it, but I've seen videos. It does a lot with destructive environment, right? Doesn't it? So like you can explode walls and shoot through them and stuff like that. It's very competitive, yeah. In fact, there exists so many good games. Yeah, this looked very nice. I think, dude, it's pretty... It has some age. I wouldn't have guessed that it came out this long ago. Okay, yeah, it makes sense, it makes sense. But yeah, I've seen, I also like to follow the competitive scene in games I might not even play, but I've seen some very cool stuff from Rainbow Six Siege. Love the idea of destructible environments. It's a shame that you don't have something like that in Counter-Strike. I guess you have the doors, but... Yeah, I've seen some from the finals as well. It looks very cool. Well, I guess it's way more destruction than most games, right? It's hard to implement destruction in a good way in games. In a performant way, I suppose. I thought in Rainbow you could destroy some walls as well. Oh, yeah, you said that. Sorry. I read doors. Okay, so action. Stop processing, start processing. So it's basically a question of stop processing. And so if we take focus, this one doesn't really do anything here right now. This one is a little bit of an oddball. But action, interaction, pickup. So when we do stop processing here, we want to drop stuff. So interactable pickup, handle interaction. I wonder if we want to do public interactable. Cancel interaction. I wonder if I want to do something like this. Gift one sub to take first. Twitch is pressuring me. Yeah, I'm letting Twitch handle all that. So I think this is the best course of action. No. The best course of action. But doing it like this makes... Like if we go to... Let's go to interaction... Interactable drop. Action type. Walk, run, sprint, jump, crawl, swim, climb, pick up, consume, collect, focus, drop. So drop Nah. I think, but then again, drop might be nah. We don't need drop, so it's more going to be drop is 0. Nah. Oops. Okay, like this. So get description. I wonder if I want a function that is public static string get inverse description or something like that. So pickup will be drop. Consume will be stop consume. Collect, store, drop there as well. I don't know. John C. Dev, what's up? Is org mode usable in VS Code similar to that text file on the right? I don't know what you mean by that. What is org mode? This is pretty much just a text, like a MD file I have in my project, which I have to the left here for easy notes. And I think I structure it as a README because I want to be able to render it sometimes as well. And I think you can do Control V K. What is it? Control K. I'm gonna have to search this. VS Code render markdown. What is it? VS Code render markdown. Resume browsing. I don't know. No. Shortcut. Control Shift V. Control. There we go. But although it's not the best rendering of markdowns I've seen. And where did yeah. Maybe I should have it like this. And right, we get some error there. Let's see. Then I can do this. Ah, nice. I think I have a plugin for rendering them. Yeah, there exists one. So these should be rendered in a better, like these should be clickable, right? Toggleable. But unfortunately, they are not. With the default markdown render, that is. Okay, so we're gonna go with get descriptions, get inverse descriptions. Is that something I want to do? And now we're adding additional data. So this in the future, right now we're going with magic strings or whatever you want to call it. But this will be references to the string base database later. And now we're also adding a lot of different variables and stuff to the action type enums, which makes me want to use... I actually had a viewer, I don't remember the name, but he had a very nice enum solution that I might want to try out. But for now, let's go with static methods like this. So get description, get inverse description. I don't know about that name, but let's start with default. So pickup then would be... Okay, here we can do default return get description type, or this yo3poo6h. I'm using C sharp. Let's see. Oh, I found it. It's not polished like on Emacs. Let's see. VS Code org mode. So this is pretty much a notepad that has some nice... What exactly is this? Org mode for... Yeah, okay. I get this. This is useful, but like, what's the difference between this one and just doing a README file? I don't know. Smack my pitch. I wish we could use some scripting language. C# is bad for game dev. Is it? Okay, pick up. I know, controversial topic. I don't actually know. I don't actually know, but I do enjoy C#. Action type pickup drop. We're gonna do action type dot collect drop as well. What more do we have? Action type dot consume, return stop consuming, get inverse description. What the hell? I don't know. Yeah, let's start with those. Roblox uses Lua. Good though uses C#, C++, and GD script. I personally only use C# as that's what I'm most familiar with regarding game dev. Yeah, that's one thing that actually got me a little bit less hyped with Godot. I don't understand. Is GD script better than just going with C#? Like, I know it supports both, but C# is like a second-class citizen in Godot, right? Yeah. Yeah. Maybe that's good. I don't know. Okay, so something like this, and then I want to bind, so oh yeah. First of all, interactable drop, we're gonna remove that one. So interactable pickup, cancel interaction. This one is pretty straightforward, I think. Enable physics, true. Entity dot. What is it called? Reset transform to initial. Nah, I don't think we want to do that. But I want to do entity dot transform dot parent, set parent, world position stays. Is this one true by default? True, maybe. Let's start by doing it like this. And entity okay. Stop processing. So this one is interactable. Do I want to do a check here? Maybe, but let's do base dot interactable entity dot stop. Cancel. Oh yeah. Okay, something like this. Let's see. Oh yeah. Prototyping might be a little bit slower with C# or C++. That's sure. That's true. That's something I've noticed with Godot. It's much easier to get going, so to speak. Oh, nice, Cynic. Any details on what's in it? Is it like typical extension methods for arrays and stuff like that? Ooh, I've been thinking about doing something similar, but yeah. Okay, so stop processing should be like this. Now, the next problem, let's see if I have time to solve that today. I at least have time to start it. Is playable entity. Like now when every action has an inverse action, how exactly would I handle it here? That is the question. So, update input action maps. We do if action is in state ready. We do this. Else if I want to do bind action, unbind. Yeah, so it's here. I want to change it. So this one doesn't really hold true anymore. This might be true, but this, we might want to get another description here. Ooh. Okay, so this might be easier than I think. Oh, nice, Cynic. That sounds very nice. I feel like I've been working with Unity for like, what is it now, 6 years or whatever, and that I still don't have something like that. It's pretty telling. But yeah, that sounds awesome. Update input to action maps. So it's more, I might want to check this action inside of input to action maps instead. Get priority. So I wonder if I want to have something like bind unbind. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, just shoot the link when you have it. Okay, there's a lot of things. Okay, so this might, what I want to do here might be simpler than I want. So I want my visual buttons that tells the player which button to click and what will happen if he clicks them to be dynamic. So if we focus on an object on the ground, we will have one pickup. If we pick it up, then we're gonna have click 1 to drop it. And I want to use it with this inverse action or whatever. I'm gonna call it. And it's mostly gonna be dependent to this, or is it? Okay, so we have we also have this one to care about. So invoke, if bound action is not equal to null, try start processing. But it all depends on what this bound action is. We might want to do stop processing as well. So, okay, first of all, let's go to action type. Where do we have it? Get priority. This one, it's a little bit of a weird name. It's more which action index it should be. So get action index or get index is probably a better name. So I'm just going to do get index, because it's not really a comparison between action types. It's more, we want to bind this action to a button. What index should it be on? Jump and pickup should be on the same. And then we're going to have priority as well. So priority. And this is going to be used for, so for instance, if we have two actions that want to occupy the same index, that won't be possible, so we will pick the one with the highest priority. So for instance, between jump and pickup, it would always be pickup. Get priority case action type. So let's just do it like this for now. Because in some way I do need to introduce priority here. Like, you only have a finite set of buttons, but you have probably not infinite actions, but way more actions than buttons. So yeah, we're just going to keep it like this for now. It's going to be populated at the same time as this one gets populated, but it's nice to have priority now. So I should have renamed this correctly, so we're using index here instead. But it's more going to be something like, let's see here. I wonder if I want to keep this outside of the class, pretty much. So can action be, or I wonder if I want to move unbind, bind action, action state ready, checks and such into this one. Let it handle it. Might be a better option. So bind action and unbind action is gonna be... So I might just go with public void update. Don't want to do... action. So something like this, because update bound action. Yeah, I think. So it's gonna look something like... So we don't do any checks here. We just... Oh, the state of you have changed. Here's your input to action map. See if you can update this one. Maybe, we'll see. Update bound action is gonna be a little bit different. So first of all, if okay. Okay, what I want to handle first is if bound action is not equal to new action. Else. I wonder if I want to keep these. Bound action is equal to null. Maybe not. We will see. But I also want to check if bound action is equal to null. Okay, so we're gonna have an additional if here, but then we're gonna check it again. Null equals null. A check between nulls returns true, right? If both are null. Let's do... Oh, one sec. This one will never be null. Okay, so fuck those checks. So if bound action is not equal to new action, what I want to do here is if new action dot type dot priority, if that one is bigger than bound action not equal to dot type dot get priority, then we do unbind action bound action. Yeah, I think we want to do this still. And then we do bind action, new action. But I wonder what I want to do in here. If bound action is equal to... Most of these checks are pretty unnecessary right now. This one as well. Affected game object. Nah, I think I want to do it like this. Okay. We're gonna take this one. We're just gonna take all of this and put it here for now. So bind action is pretty... yeah. Unbind action, bound action, bind action, new action. And then, so when we get down here, this is where we want to show information about the bound action. So we want to check the bound action. Ooh, 1 sec. Yeah, we want to do an additional check here, so it won't be as easy as this. Because what if what if we have an action that goes from available to unavailable? Then we will get a trigger here. So it's an unavailable action, but it has a higher priority than the currently bound one. Then we will start seeing problems. So yeah, I'm gonna have to return to this one tomorrow. Because it's getting close to that time where I have to run. But it's been productive today. Very productive. So tomorrow I will continue with this function, hopefully make the inverse actions function. So we will be able to pick something up, start consuming it, stop consuming it, drop it. Yes. So I just want to say thank you so much for watching. Hopefully I will see you tomorrow. And have a great rest of the day. Peace.